Hello and welcome to 6th part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What if Deku had gravity and vector manipulation quirk part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
We have quite the predicament on our hands, says Ren as he tries to understand the situation before him, said Ren. On that one, Izuku couldn't hold him responsible. The issue is that their cute sister Eri seems to want to accompany them to school. She used to be here with Mom and Ren, but now that they are both in high school together, she wasn't satisfied with just staying at home with Mom, which is why she had this sudden impulse. Typically, children Eri's age would act out and insist on going somewhere with their sibling, be it school, the mall, or somewhere else, but Eri wasn't like that. Oh, no, she would give them the secret weapon that all children use, puppy dog eyes. They couldn't bring themselves to say no, though, because she was simply too incredibly cute. In her case, it worked much better. Izuku put both hands to his face and moaned. She would give them that heartbroken look even if he told her to stay at home. Now that he was broken down, he decided. He gave in and said, "Okay, we'll take you with us to school." Her joyful expression was enough to brighten the entire house for days. An extra bonus was the hug she gave them. Inko laughed as she said, "Looks like you'll have to look after her while you're at school. Make sure your classmates are nice to her." "We will," says Ren as he was prepared to punish those who would be mean to Eri. Ren replied with seriousness. Izuku concurred. "I'm with Ren. Since they were the older brothers, it was their duty to see to her well-being. Since Bakugo was the exception, their classmates seemed like a decent bunch, so there really was no reason to be concerned about them." In light of this, both brothers took hold of her left and right hands, respectively. "We're off," said the twins. Eri grinned and said, "Bye, Mommy." Inko smiled and waved them away, saying, "Have a good day at school, you three, and be careful." "We will." After leaving the house, the three siblings headed to Shinso's. Now that they are in high school, this has become a new routine. Since Shinso lived close by, they would first go pick him up before meeting Ochako. He was grinning and appeared to be ready to laugh when the two of them got to their friend's house. He teased, "Bringing Eri to school today, I see." Izuku threatened, "If I wasn't scared it would scare Eri, I'd shock you right now." "You won't. We have yet to see." "Good morning, Eri. You excited about coming to school with us today?" the brainwash user said, smiling and squatting down to Eri's level. She gave a nod. He got up and said, "You do realize Ochako will want to carry her around the moment we meet up with her, right?" Ren gave Eri a protective embrace and remarked, "Too bad because we will not allow that." Shinso shuddered and said, "Oh, God, there's two overprotective brothers. Get used to it. I have hard enough time with you, now I have to worry about both of you. I'll need Ochako's help with this one." Izuku said, "You still won't be able to control us, as if it were elementary knowledge. If none of us can control Mei, what makes you think you can control us?" "She's different." "How so?" "She's borderline insane, if she hasn't passed that border already," Shinso stated icily. For that, Izuku had no defense. It was always enjoyable to meet Ochako, but this time was unique because, as Shinso mentioned, she wanted to carry the girl as soon as she saw Eri. Ren and Izuku alone would not permit that. Knowing that she would never defeat Izuku and Ren in the battle for Eri, the zero-gravity user pouted but gave in. On their way to UA, they noticed what seemed to be a swarm of reporters swarming the school like locusts. The speed user was apprehended by the reporters and had to be rescued, so Izuku picked Eri up and said, "We're jumping over the fence, and Ochako, please go get Tenya." Roger. Izuku, Ren, and Shinso leapt over the fence, but Ochako rushed to the crowd and slammed her way through to save Tenya. After safely landing, they saw Aizawa making her way to the front door. They landed beside them, and Ochako approached with Tenya floating beside her. "Got him!" exclaimed Ochako. Tenya asked, "Uraraka-san, did you have to run into them like that?" She said plainly, "Yep." He cried, "Just like that." Izuku simply left, saying, "Let's just get to class already." Ren said, "Agreed." Shinso yawned and said, "I'm tired." As Izuku put it dryly, big surprise. While their teacher dealt with the obnoxious press, Ochako and Tenya trailed behind the twins. As they entered their homeroom with Eri, they experienced yet another wave of excitement. The classroom had fallen silent as everyone looked blatantly at the red-eyed young girl, who blinked naively as she took in all of the strange faces. Although she was a little bashful, she had no reason to be afraid because her brothers were present. With a smile, Ochako said, "Good morning, guys." To everyone. Tenya added, "Yes, good morning everyone." Her greeting. "Good morning, Midoriya-san," Momo said as she welcomed them. Izuku and Ren both said, "Yes, what?" simultaneously. In response, Kaminari perspired and said, I think she meant the older twin." Izuku put Eri down and took her hand, saying, "That'd be me." Momo asked thoughtfully, if you don't mind me asking, why have you brought in this child with you today?" Izuku said, "This is Eri, she's our little sister." Ren rubbed his cheek against Eri's and said, "Isn't she adorable?" As he picked her up. Mina cried, "That is so cute." Kirishima asked, "But why did you guys bring her here?" Izuku responded, "She didn't want to stay at home by herself, so we brought her with us to school." "She is too adorable to simply leave at home," says Ren as he puts Eri back down on the ground. Ren replied, "She is adorable, wonder what she'll look like when she's older." Kaminari said with a smile as she looked down at Eri. The words, slender figure, slim legs, big bow, were cut off by a flash of green lightning as Minetta's body trembled and then fell to the ground, his skin turning brown and black smoke escaping from his mouth. He was wearing a lecherous smile with some drool on the side of his face. Izuku and Ren stood with their arms crossed in front of the perverted boy, both of them eager to punish him further. As he prepared to launch a green beam of energy at Mineta, Ren said icily, "Warning, unearthly desires targeted towards younger sibling detected," and, requesting termination of the threat. As Izuku prepared to shock Mineta further, he said, "Request accepted." Shiro, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Tenya attempted to soothe the two of them. Kirishima holds onto Izuku's left arm and says, "See, calm down, you two." After them. Tenya continued, gripping Ren's shoulders, "There is no need to attack a fellow student, even if he does deserve to be punished to some degree. In other words, you're okay with him getting electrocuted sometimes, but only if you think so." Shiro and Kaminari looked at him. Glaring at Mineta's twitching form, Ochako pressed her fingers together and said, "Maybe I should send him out into space." With his darts already drawn and ready to go, Shinso said, "Wait, let me stick these up his hole first." "You guys are just as worse." Kaminari and Shiro grunted. Their teacher entered through the open door. As soon as Aizawa's familiar form entered the room, everyone instantly took a seat. Before focusing on Eri, who was sitting in Izuku's lap, he said, "You brats sure do talk too much. Midoriya, kidnapping is a crime." Izuku appeared unimpressed. "You're quite the comedian sensei. If I was going to kidnap a child I would have them in a safe location where no one would be able to track them down by erasing every surveillance camera's footage within the area in where the abduction took place and bring them to the secret hideout, not bring them here." The entire class gazed at him. Asui remarked, "Hiro, that was very specific." With an easy shrug, Izuku said, "I've been kidnapped before." Added Shinso, "Same here. It is not very pleasant," says Ren as he remembers the individual who kidnapped them. Ren was shaking. "Wait, really?" cried Kaminari. Tenya abruptly got up. "Why did you three not tell us this before? Did the individual who kidnapped you do anything to you?" After eyeing each other, Izuku, Shinso, and Ren turned to face him. They all said at once, "She wouldn't let us go until we tested out her babies." Hatsume was the individual to whom they were alluding. Ochako was wearing a frightful grin. "Well, it's a good thing I found you three pretty quickly before she did something that would require me to do some things to her." Weeping, Kirishima and Kaminari said, "Don't say that with a smile like that. Who is this individual you are referring to?" Tenya chose to ask Ochako. "Hatsume, she goes here too, but she's with the support department." She sighed. "Using quirks against her are useless. I'm confident I can beat her in hand-to-hand combat without her wearing a power suit, but if I use my quirk against her I'd lose." Momo nervously asked, "Why do you say that?" As Shinso was about to respond to her question, Izuku shaded Eri's ears and said, "Because she's batshit insane. There was this one time when we were walking to some kind of technology expo and some guy stole May's wallet. Before he could try to get away with his quirk, she whipped out a stun gun that almost killed him." "You're kidding," said Shiro. "Like hell I am." Izuku provided additional details, She said that it was a prototype stun gun she had created and hadn't tested it yet, so when she saw an opportunity to use someone as a guinea pig to test out its capabilities, she took it. That's awful, Tenya exclaimed. Yeah, this is May we're talking about here, so she doesn't really care. But it's what she said about the incident afterwards that literally made me question her sanity. Izuku went on. Oh, see, villains are very useful to society because they make the best test subjects for my babies. Heroes do too, don't get me wrong, but villains are the best because they always use their quirks. And I need them to do that so my babies can be used to their full potential. Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari cried out, what the hell is wrong with her? Respectively. We don't know, we figured she might have been cooped up in her shop for too long and inhaled something she shouldn't have. Shin's sighed. There was also the time she kidnapped Shinso to test out new headphones she had just created, says Ren as he remembered the time Shinso was strapped to a chair and forced to be her new test subject. Ren remembered. She strapped you to a chair. Like something out of a classic torture scene. Mina gasped. Shin's disregarded her. There was also that one time she kidnapped Izuku from his house and forced him to test out and see if he could charge electronics with his electric quirk. Izuku, who remembered having to continuously serve as a human battery to power her machines, paled as everyone turned to stare at him. It wasn't enjoyable. He continued to sound irate as he said, I'm still angry about that, should have just blown up those machines of hers, or at least placed a virus on her computer. It nearly made Kaminari nervous to inquire, she actually made him be her human battery. Ochako trailed off, there was also the time she kidnapped Ren. Shinso turned pale and turned away. Izuku made a tongue click. Ren shut his eyes. Shiro, like the rest of the class, wanted to know, what? What is it? What did she do? Izuku glared at each of them. Run. Tenya asked, what, as to why he would make that suggestion. Izuku sounded serious as he warned them, if she sees your quirk and asks you to try out my new baby, you run. Run and never look back. Shinso advised them to run for your lives while you still have them. Ren begged, run away. It was Ochako who pleaded, please run. As Mina exclaimed, stop, you guys are scaring us. When a headache struck, Aizawa moaned and said, Midoriya, just explain why you have a child with you. This is our little sister. We brought her here because we couldn't leave her at home, Izuku said, taking his hands off Eri's ears. Aizawa looked at him icily and said, you. Sensei, surely you are not suggesting we cannot have our precious sister here with us, are you? How can you ignore such an innocent and adorable face, says Ren as he tries to make their sensei feel bad. Ren responded. These two brats. Aizawa rubbed his temples, wondering if it was too late to move them to Class 1B. Fine, she can stay. The peace sign Ren gives Izuku is victory. Smirking, Izuku said, in our favor. With a tongue click, Shinso said, sneaky twins. Ochako laughed. Everyone in the class stiffened as Aizawa said, today you'll be doing something different than what you did yesterday. Her tone sounded serious. He said, his tone no longer solemn and dramatic, what you'll be doing today is nominating a class rep and vice class representative. Everyone shouted, that's so normal. With the exception of Shinso, Ochako, Izuku, and Ren. Since they are in high school, it is normal. Whether they are heroes or not, high school students also engage in similar activities at their schools. If it wasn't Shinso or him, Izuku didn't care who they chose. They are tired of planning meetings and other events from middle school. Those were the end of those days. Select me, I want to be the class rep. Mina was the first to get up from her seat. Kaminari nominated himself and said, sounds interesting. I'm in, too. Hagakure waved her invisible hand and said, pick me. She said. Fools, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. They are unaware of the actual function of the vice rep and class rep. Like Izuku, Shinso was thinking, these guys are morons. Tenya abruptly got up and said, enough. We will settle this by voting for the two who we believe are the most suited for the positions. Asui expressed her opinion, saying, but that makes things more difficult because everyone will just vote for themselves. As they turned to face one another, Izuku and Shinso shared a single thought. They don't give a damn who gets picked as long as they don't pick them. Outcomes. Izuku Midoriya. 5. Hitoshi Shinso. 4. Ren Midoriya. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Tenya Iida. 2. What the hell? Hiroshima smilingly said, Congrats you guys. Looks like we know who the class rep and vice rep are. Izuku and Shinso did not appear to be very happy. Hell no. Shinso and Izuku got up from their chairs, grabbed Momo and Tenya, and pulled them to the front of the classroom where they faced each other. According to Izuku, Iida Tenya. According to Shinso, Yaoyorozu Momo. Tenya blinked. Yes. Why yes, said Momo uncertainly. Izuku began by asking Tenya, do you swear to uphold your position as the class rep, and punish the fools who are out of line, including a certain ash-haired blonde? Bakugo shouted, you got something so say, Deku. Tenya nodded slowly, I do. Despite still not understanding what was happening. Then came Shins, and do you swear to not tolerate morons doing as they please and are willing to discipline them whenever they get out of line, including a certain ash-haired blonde? Bakugo shouted again, you two wanna get blown up. Instead. You do realize you're only proving their point, right? Asked Kirishima, perspiring. Yes, I do, insisted Momo. Then by the power invested within us, we of the former discipline committee hereby honor you both as the class rep and vice representative. Izuku and Shinso spoke together this time, and as the entire class stared at them in confusion, they returned to their seats. Jiro asked, what was all that about? We've been part of the disciplinary committee back at our middle school, we're not doing that again. Shinso shot her an irritated glance. Izuku nodded his head, and I've had just about enough of having to deal with Bakugo while being in charge. He's too much of a handful. Ha! Exclaimed Bakugo. The entire class saw Izuku's point as they looked at Bakugo. Even though they haven't known Bakugo for long, they already knew he was difficult to work with. Aizawa sighed, well, looks like you've figured everything out for yourselves. Let's begin the lesson already. In the first place, it was you who wanted to elect someone. The class thought together. Lessons continued for the remainder of the day until lunchtime, when Izuku was drooling and gorging himself on his favorite dish, katsudon. Lunch rush just so happened to have milk tea on hand, which Ren was drinking. At that point, the twins were questioned about their skills by their inquisitive classmates. When Ren looked up at Shoji, he said, you are curious as to know about my ability. Ren questions the tall boy. Shoji hummed as he nodded. So how come you always talk like that? Queried Rikido. Ren does not talk like this because he likes it, but because Ren has no choice. Ren explains the reason for his odd way of talking. Ren clarified. Rikido said, oh, my bad, in apology. It's fine, says Ren to assure the boy that he was not offended. Ren reassured the boy, I have two quirks like Big Brother. One of my quirks is electron manipulation. He raised his palm and saw green energy. I can control electrons and create a particle wave. My other quirk is dark matter. It allows me to create and control an unknown material that's theorized to make up most of the universe. Whoa, those sound like cool quirks. You must have been training crazy hard, said Kaminari. Ren glanced at him. Ren was repeatedly forced to train his quirks to the point where he could no longer move by our sperm donor. Says Ren as he recalls the times he had to be carried to his room by one of the assistants. The revelation caused the entire table to fall silent, and Todoroki Shoto simultaneously eyed him and Izuku. Todoroki carefully asked, by sperm donor, you mean your father? His tone of voice conveyed enough emotion despite the lack of emotion on his face. Izuku said sharply, that parasite will never be our father. Ochako took his hand from beneath the table and said, Izuku-kun. Bakugo remained silent while listening. He recalled that the hag had mentioned that Hisashi had been divorced by Inko-san due to something he had done. However, why was he not informed that the nerd had a twin brother? This time, Kirishima said, so, Midoriya, were you given the same treatment? After observing the tense atmosphere, they decided to come up with this story in case people started to inquire about Ren's whereabouts. Izuku shook his head and said, no, our mom had already divorced him when we were still young. I stayed with mom in Japan, while Ren stayed with that parasite in Germany. Ren left the country to come stay with us without that parasite knowing, which brought a smile to my face. With regret, Momo said, a separation. But, you left your mean stern donor and came here to see your bother. Mina cracked a grin. Ren replied, I wanted to see him, Ren says as he explains his reason for leaving Germany. But, still, your father decided to separate you two. That's just cruel. Mashirao sighed. Fumikage questioned, does he know you came here? Ren believes so. He is also the reason as to why Ren speaks this way. Ren replied. Jiro frowned and said, geez, your father sounds like a real creep. The class as a whole concurred. But, Inko-san is a really sweet woman. Ochako laughed, she would let me spend the night all the time. Same here, Shin said. I already have a mom, but with her, it felt like I had two moms. She sounds like a really sweet woman, Momo said with a smile. With a contemplative expression on her face and her arms crossed, Mina remarked, yeah, can't believe she married a guy like your sperm donor. Honestly, the only good thing about the relationship is that you two were born. Tenya continued. Just now, you sounded like grandma. Izuku snorted at that, drawing puzzled looks from him. Ren was in agreement, saying, he did. Shiro said, oh, what's your grandma like? According to Shinso, that old woman is not to be messed with. She's amazing. Izuku-kun and Ren are a mixture of her. Ochako laughed, but, Izuku-kun is the scary twin, while Ren is the nice one. Izuku sulked and said, I am not the mean one. Together, Shinso and Ochako said, yes you are. Ren agrees. Ren took the side of Shinso and Ochako. Traitor. Izuku glares at him. I am merely stating an obvious observation, says Ren calmly. Ren replied. Eri doesn't think I'm scary, do you Eri? Izuku asked, staring at him before feeding Eri. With a headshake, Eri said, Ni-chan is nice and strong. Eri, you're the only sibling I have now, Izuku said, giving the young girl a hug. Ren's eyebrows twitched. Ren will take that as a challenge, says Ren as he now sees his younger sibling as a potential rival for Big Brother's affection. As Kirishima and Kaminari perspired, they said, a classic sibling rivalry. The remainder of the lunch break proceeded in this manner. The twins and their friends are being introduced to the class of 1A. Both twins have already joined the class 1A family, despite the fact that they may have their moments. Everyone in class 1A was anticipating the arrival of their next teacher, who they had never imagined would be instructing them. Everyone said, I am, but Izuku, Ren, and Shinso stiffened after hearing a familiar voice say, coming through the front door normally. The number 1 pro hero All Might entered. Rumor had it that he taught at UA, but now it was verified in front of the students. Kirishima smiled and said, that outfit, it's from the Silver Age. Mineta was going crazy. Holy crap, All Might is actually teaching our class. She exclaimed. Izuku gazed at the hero with the highest ranking. Izuku essentially told the man to stop talking about what had happened in the past when they last met. He thought he ought to say something, but he is unsure of what to say. Today for this period, you will all be doing a standard exercise of UA. Call it a trial, or training, but pay attention for this is very important. All Might said with his ever-present smile. As they anxiously awaited the announcement of their task, the class fell silent. What all of you will be doing today? Suddenly, a sheet of paper with the words, getting right into it, we will be doing. The battle trial, written in bold red letters appeared. That's what it would be, Izuku sighed to himself. I must hold back, but it may not be necessary depending on who my opponent is. For the battle trial, you will be allowed to use your hero gear, that goes well with your quirks. The mighty said. Sweet, smiled Kaminari. Kirishima smiled and said, I'm getting fired up. You can change into your gear but using one of the changing rooms. We will meet at ground beta, the same location as you used during the second part of the entrance exams. Remember this well, for as of today, you are now official heroes. All Might said in a pose. Location. Ground beta at UA. High school. The students had already changed into their hero gear when they arrived at ground beta, so they all gathered around All Might. To ensure that their costumes were ready when they arrived, everyone had submitted a request in advance to the support department. Izuku and the others were asked by Kirishima, that's what you guys are wearing. Mei claims that Izuku was dressed in a basic dark green winter coat with special properties, similar to what the Accelerator wore during the WWIII arc, as well as white pants and shoes. Shinso's equipment included a black and white tracksuit, a binding cloth that resembled Aizawa Shota but had a unique component added by Mei, and a detachable mask-like device over his mouth that helps him use his quirk. His special darts were also out of sight. Ren has a mask on the side of his face and is dressed in a dark blue power suit. Mei claimed that although this power suit might not seem like much to others, it is quite powerful. Izuku said, Mei made our hero gear, as if that clarified everything. For my hero gear, Well, let's just say it helps amplify my natural defense. So we're not all that worried. What do you mean? Asked Shiro inquisitively. With a shrug, Izuku said, you'll see. Then Ochako rushed to him and asked, Izuku-kun, what do you think of my costume? She spun around to give him a better view. As soon as he saw her curves, Izuku blushed at the sight. How was he unable to? He acknowledged, you look really good. You're so sweet, she said, grinning broadly as she gave him a hug. Something familiar and repulsive oozed out and showed itself. Mineta was there, swooning over the girls and their hero gear. He had no intention of concealing it. As he gazed at Ochako's curves with a sickening perverted grin, Mineta began the hero course. As the absolute best. Izuku twitched his eyebrow and unleashed a thunderclap at the ill little freak, with no remorse whatsoever. He returned his attention to All Might, blatantly ignoring the boy's charred and burned body. All Might perspired, but remained silent. Coughing into his fist, he explained how things were gonna go down. For this lesson, the battle trial will take place indoors, unlike with your entrance exams, which took place outdoors. House arrest, imprisonment, etc. In our society, it's important to understand that villains with superior intelligence are dangerous and need to be handled as such. For this exercise you will be paired up, using drawing lots and split into teams. One, heroes, and the other, villains. Both pairs will fight a 2-on-2 team battle. So we'll be paired into groups of 2 and fight another pair. Ochako replied. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be troublesome? Izuku asked, scratching the back of his head. Shinso remarked, that's my line. Is this considered training? Asui asked, holding up a hand. All Might grinned and said, yes it is. Except for this part of the training you won't be fighting robots, but each other. Momo asked, then, how do we determine who is the victor and the non-victor? Bakugo said menacingly, it's okay if we just make them explode, right? To be certain, Ochako inquired, is there no threat of expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei's test is there? A robotic Tenya asked, how do we decide who will be paired up? Posing, Aoyama questioned, do I look fabulous in this cape? Shinso thought deadpan, this guy is hopeless. All Might was obviously overcome by the inquiries but is able to continue speaking regardless. As I was saying, the 2-man group who will play the villains will go in the building first and guard the dangerous weapon. The 2-man group who will play the heroes have only one objective. That is to find the hiding villains and the dangerous weapon they are guarding. If the villain group manage to successfully guard the weapon within the time limit, they win. But, if the hero group manage to incapacitate the villains and secure the weapon, they win. Easy enough. The words, your teams and opponents will be chosen at random. Make sure you all get along and don't forget your objective. Appeared on a holographic board behind All Might. This is how things will be decided. Tenya asked, looking perplexed. Pro heroes have to team up with other random pro heroes out in the field, Izuku told him. It's common and happens all the time, plus it's good to pair up with random heroes. Tenya said, I understand. Please continue All Might sensei. To the blonde warrior. Thank you, Iida Shonen. Without further ado, let's begin. He exclaimed. The holographic board randomly shuffled the names to choose the teams. Teams for battle trials. Team A, Uraraka Ochako and Midoriya Izuku. Team B, Shoji Mezzo and Todoroki Shoto. Mineta Minoru and Yaoyorozu Momo make up Team C. Bakugo Katsuki and Tenya Iida make up Team D. Team E, Ashido Mina and Aoyama Yuga. Team F, Kota Koji and Sato Rikido. Team G, Kaminari Denki and Jiro Kyoka. Team H, Asui Suyu and Tokiyami Fumikage. Team I, Mashirao Ojiro and Hagakuri Toru. Team J, Shiro Honda and Kirishima Eijiro. Team K, Midoriya Ren and Shinso Hatoshi. Shinso and Izuku were not dissatisfied with the pairings. Although they were accustomed to being paired together for everyday tasks, it was also pleasant to be paired with Ochako and Ren. You're all mine, Ochako said, holding Izuku's hand with a cheeky smile. Sure you didn't plan this? He said, grinning as he squeezed her hand. She playfully stuck her tongue out, asking, now what could you mean by that? He laughed. You ready for this? Shinso asked, rolling his eyes and bumping Ren with his fist. Ren reassured, ready. The holographic screen left Tenya speechless. Bakugo Katsuki, the class's foul-mouthed member, was paired with him. It won't be simple. The pairings chosen to do combat first are Team A, who will be the heroes, and Team D, who will play the villains? All Might glanced at the screen once more as the names were shuffled. Izuku looked at Ochako sidelong. It appears that Bakugo and Tenya will be their opponents. We can't go easy on them, especially because it's Tenya. Also, try not cause Bakugo any bodily harm, no matter how much you want to. Izuku advised her. Ochako smiled at him, one of those smiles that didn't intend to fulfill his request. What do you mean, Izuku-kun, and why? Ochako gave a naive smile. She didn't have a very comforting smile. Team D will enter the building first, followed by the hero team 5 minutes later once they have completed their strategy. Remember that even though this is just a basic training exercise, it's okay to go all out if you have to. The rest of us will be watching out here. All Might provided earplugs and maps to Team A and B, saying, this is a building layout, and these earplugs will help you stay in touch with your partner. Let's start the battle trial now. The speed quirk user didn't interact with Bakugo, but he didn't need to because he already knew the boy's personality. Tenya and Bakugo decided to find the weapon on the 4th floor of the building. Arrogant, vile, and vicious. Like A. Bakugo may be all the things he just mentioned, but despite his occasional villainous behavior, the boy was not one, he said, shaking his head. Bakugo, I think we should. Bakugo abruptly interrupted, saying, shut up, Four Eyes. What, did he just call him Four Eyes? In all his life, he had never heard anyone call him that. As he made his way to the door, Bakugo said, you stay up here and just stay the hell out of the way, adding, I'll be the one to destroy Deku. I'll also destroy Round Face if she gets in the way. After saying those final words, he left Tenya staring at him. He had second thoughts. He will never understand Bakugo, and they will never get along. Izuku just finished memorizing the entire map. It wasn't too difficult for him because he had to use his vector ability a lot. Using calculations may seem tedious, but it means a lot to him. He has firm control over manipulating vectors because of his constant training and calculation prowess. Additionally, he has always been good at memorizing things, so he had no trouble memorizing the layout of the entire map. Finished? Ochako inquired. I've memorized the map, now all we have to do now is wait for All Might to give us the all clear to start. Izuku replied. Izuku-kun, I'm ready. Ochako said, hammering her fist into the palm of her other hand. He said, I can see that. The allotted time has passed. The building is now open to Team A. The voice of All Might boomed. Izuku and Ochako both had expressions on their faces that conveyed how dangerous they are together, as if a switch had been flipped. Shinso smirked and leaned forward, saying, this is going to be good. Ren leans forward and says, agreed, as he closely examines the screen. Kirishima looked at them bewildered, but she was also concerned. Are Uraraka and Midoriya really that good together? They are. Izuku and I have previously been paired and get along well, but it's not the same with him and Uraraka. The brainwasher disclosed, those two should not be tampered with. Mina exuded enthusiasm as she said, you guys are making me very happy. Me too. I'm so excited to see what these guys will accomplish. Kaminari shared Mina's excitement. All Might, who was curious about Midoriya Izuku's progress with his quirks and still needed to apologize for their previous encounter, watched with interest as Izuku and Ochako entered the building. He recalled how Aizawa described the twins as problematic but acknowledged that they were in control of their quirks. It's not just Midoriya Shonen that has piqued my curiosity, but his brother is another interesting one, I'm told. There. A rumble on the 3rd floor informed him that Bakugo was headed their way, as if he already knew where they would be. At moments like these, he wondered if the loudmouth ash-haired blonde had acute senses like a wild animal. Izuku closed his eyes and placed his hand on the side of the building as they were on the 2nd floor. Concentration is the key. He said, Bakugo's on his way. How are we going to do this? Smiled Ochako. I'll defend, you attack. Although she scowled at the idea, she was aware that, unless someone discovers otherwise, his reflection provides an impenetrable defense. And she gave in. Okay. As Izuku stood in front of Ochako, loud footsteps could be heard. Loud as always. With a sly smile, Ochako said, good for us, though. Due to Bakugo's extreme predictability. As smoke accumulated, Bakugo's raging form emerged, his hands already lit up with mini explosions, and the wall in front of them that led to the stairs exploded. Deku. Bakugo threw a huge explosion at the two from both hands. Izuku let out a sigh and said, Hansha reflection. The huge explosion was hurled back at Bakugo, who had both arms covering his face, in an instant. As the heat from the explosion subsided and the smoke surrounding him cleared, Ochako was already in front of him, and she punched the boy in the gut without hesitation, causing him to wince and stagger but remaining upright. As the two of them gazed down at Izuku, she leapt back, beside him. For a villain, Izuku said, "You announced yourself pretty loudly. Stop talking. How in the world does this quirk allow you to manipulate vectors? First of all, how in the world are you managing them?" Bakugo made a demand. "It would be a waste of time to explain it to you. You're not understanding or patient." Izuku answered, "I would say brains, but can't because even though you may have a brain, you don't use it to its full potential." Bakugo becomes even more enraged, saying, "I'll kill you." He attacked the pair again, and as Izuku took hold of Ochako's arm and pulled her behind him, he used his reflection to block Bakugo's explosive punch, nearly breaking the boy's wrist in the process. The explosive boy jumped back with a howl and gave him a vile glare, but Izuku had long since grown tired of it and had stopped caring. "Do you find the phrase, 'use your brain,' meaningless?" Izuku addressed him in a sour tone. "Shitty Deku, what on earth is the purpose of using your brain?" Bakugo shouted. Scowling, Ochako said, "I hope Ren covers Eri-chan's ears." Izuku raised his hand toward the window beside him and Ochako, black iron accumulating in his palm as he continued to stare at Bakugo. "Something tells me he has, anyway we've wasted enough time." "What the hell is that?" Bakugo's eyes widened at the display. The black iron gathered in Izuku's hand, and Shinso tensed, saying, "Looks like things are about to get serious." As they watched the battle, Ren held Eri in his lap and said, "It appears that Big Brother's patience has been tried to the limit." "What is that?" Asui asked. Ren replied, "Iron sand. He can control iron sand." Momo turned to him sharply and said, "I'm sorry, but did you just say, iron sand?" "Yeah, and let me tell you him using that in this battle can mean many different things." Shinso's tone sounded grim, either he's about to end this quickly, or... He heard Ren say, "End this quickly and painfully." Is it really that powerful? Furthermore, what exactly is iron sand? Kaminari inquired. Shinso began to explain, "Iron sand is 10 times stronger than a chainsaw and is controlled through magnetism. He controls it with magnetism. He doesn't use it very often, but I suppose Bakugo has really irritated him." Upon returning her gaze to the screen, Momo said, "Amazing, and he has such control. Midoriya is a true man." As the accumulated iron sand broke up into several hundred balls and encircled him, Kirishima became more excited. "Such control, he must be a hidden prodigy," All Might said, stunned. With a secret apprehension and fear, Bakugo gazed at the hundreds of iron sand balls that gathered around Izuku, and he did not move as the balls dispersed throughout their small space before breaking up into smaller ones, then began to emit greenish sparks, and the next thing Bakugo knew, he was inside an iron cage, something he had not anticipated. Izuku calmly called out the attack's name while staring at him neutrally. "Denki Keiji, electric cage. You little..." "Deku." Bakugo twisted slightly, sat up, and saw the greenish sparks pulsing through the iron bars after grabbing one of the bars and suffering a painful shock that sent him reeling backward. A drop of perspiration dropped from the side of his face as he considered what might have happened if he had used his quirk rather than reaching for one of the bars. "He has the electricity around the bars so that I can't touch them," he said. "Your facial expression suggests that you are aware of the consequences of attempting to use your quirk," said Izuku. "Who?" was Bakugo's answer. They were going up the stairs to Tenya's place when Izuku passed him. He stopped abruptly before going down the stairs, but he didn't look at Bakugo. Izuku said solemnly, "There's something about you that I've just now noticed." Ochako and Bakugo both remained silent. He and Ochako went up the stairs, leaving Bakugo in the cage to either reflect on Izuku's words or wallow in his defeat. "You've got raw power, speed, and strength, but there's something heroes like All Might have that you don't, protecting something precious to you." Everyone sat quietly in the observation room, processing what Izuku had said. His tone suggested that something traumatic had happened to him in the past for him to say such things, as if he knew from personal experience. Knowing that Bakugo and Tenya had already lost, Shinso closed his eyes and remained silent. Staring at his brother, Ren was silent as well. "Big brother." It was time to put an end to this, but Izuku and Ochako noticed Tenya in the same room with the weapon, attempting to play the part of the villain, which was hilarious. After receiving approval from Ochako, He used wind manipulation to pin Tenya to the wall after she realized they were directly in front of him too late. He can manipulate wind. Is this part of his vector quirk? No, the fact that he and Uraraka-san are here means that Bakugo lost. Tenya said, gazing at the visible wind that held him down. With a cheeky smile, Ochako approached the weapon and touched it. The hero team triumphs. The voice of All Might boomed. Izuku let go of Tenya, who squatted down as he nearly stumbled. I apologize, Tenya, are you all right? Did he ask? Tenya nodded and slowly got to his feet, leaning against the wall for support. I'm fine, he said. I didn't know you were capable of that, Midoriya-kun. I've got a lot of tricks up my sleeve, the boy shrugged. They left the room and went back down to the second floor, where Bakugo was still being held. Izuku felt something different in Bakugo as they got closer, but he didn't say anything about it because he let him out of his prison. The four of them returned to the observation room, where Bakugo remained silent the entire time. When they reached the room where everyone else was, All Might was standing in front of them, while the rest of the class was still seated. Can someone let me know who the VIPs are now that the first pair is done? Did he ask? They are Ochako-san and Izuku-san, Momo said, holding up her hand. The reason is that when they faced Bakugo, they behaved cohesively. Ochako-san was on offense, and Izuku-san was on defense. Following Bakugo's successful incapacitation, they moved on to Iida-san's location and swiftly defeated him. The thorough explanation shocked All Might, but he continued to smile and say, that's right. Uraraka Shouju and Midoriya Shonen turned out to be a lethal combination. Ochako and Izuku exchanged a smile. Tenya straightened up and said, next time, I'll try my hardest. Bakugo, meanwhile, said nothing. With a nod, All Might said, the next pair. Bakugo leaned against a wall, Tenya sat on Ochako's other side, and Izuku and Ochako sat next to each other. Todoroki and Shoji were the next pair, and while Todoroki's use of his quirk was impressive, he froze the entire freaking building by himself. Izuku thought he saw a flicker of flame from his other side. He must be a dual quirk user, but if that's the case, he must not enjoy using his other side. After designating Todoroki as the VIP, the other pairs continued until it was finally their turn. Ren and Shinso faced Mineta and Yaoyorozu, who were supposed to play the villains and Mineta and Yaoyorozu the heroes. Kirishima's team tried again because the boy was still very motivated, and they lost the second time, but Kirishima was always smiling. Shinso and Ren made the decision to put the fictitious weapon on the top floor. So, how would you like to proceed? Shinso inquired. Ren gave a typical blank expression. Ren suggests you be the one to engage them first, and should they get past you then don't worry, for Ren will prevent them from getting closer to the weapon. With a little perspiration, Shinso said, sounds good to me. Start. Don't worry about trying to find them, Shinso said as he left the room they were in. Mineta will readily divulge their location between the two of them. True, Ren was aware of that. Pressed against the wall, Yaoyorozu listened intently for footprints, but had not heard anything and had resumed her normal gait. They're either moving quietly or staying where they are, she thought, but it's too quiet. In any case, we need to make sure our location isn't found. However, that would not be the case because Mineta was staring at Momo's butt with drool streaming from his mouth and panting like a dog. Nice curves. Firm, long, creamy legs, so awesome. He gave a thumbs up in exclamation. Quickly turning to face him, Yaoyorozu shushed him, saying, be quiet, you'll give away our. Found you. They both turned just in time to see 4 explosive darts coming their way. Return. In order to protect them from the explosive darts, Yaoyorozu shoved Mineta behind her. It worked, and she was fortunate that the darts that were hurled at them didn't literally go over their heads. Hey, said Shinso with a sly smile, not bad, but Mineta, are you a self-described pervert? That's right. To activate his quirk, Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as she was taken aback by the unexpected question. Before she could slap him, Mineta replied, Asu. His eyes went white as he gave a stupid response to Shinso. Oh no. As he wrapped Mineta in white bindings and threw darts down in front of Yaoyorozu, Shinso leapt over him. The darts exploded, momentarily blinding her as smoke gathered in front of her, and when it cleared, she saw that both Shinso and Mineta were gone. Gone, she uttered. Too easy, Shinso said, placing a still brainwashed and bound Mineta on the ground beside him. This man really has the word, hostage, written all over him. An unfortunate title to have, yet fitting, says Ren as he defines Mineta as useless. Ren glanced over to the door. It's my turn now, says Ren as he prepares to confront Yaoyorozu himself. Good luck. Shinso said he knew Ren would be fine, but he looked at Mineta and saw that the boy was still drooling despite being brainwashed. You're just hopeless, he sighed. Yaoyorozu moved stealthily through the hallways, looking for the enemy and her partner. The fact that Mineta was taken hostage and she was powerless to stop it made her feel bad. How could I have been so careless? I should have tried to stop Mineta from answering sooner. Now he's been taken hostage, she said. However, as they say, it can be detrimental to be sidetracked in the field. She was on her stomach when she looked up and saw it was Ren with 5 green balls hovering around him, and she hardly had time to duck before what seemed to be a green cannon of energy was hurled at her. Ren said, "Target located," in a monotone, robotic voice that made her shudder. Proceeding with mission, capture or eliminate. The first thing that came to mind was what Yaoyorozu did. She scrambled to her feet and ran. She rubbed her lower back and was about to try to run again so she could figure out how to catch Ren off guard when the green balls of energy floating around him shot at her, aiming at the floor beneath her feet and sending her falling to the 3rd floor of the building. Fortunately, the rubble only landed around her and not on her. As she slowly turned around, she saw Ren's cold eyes and 5 green balls of energy aimed at her, and she was filled with fear as she looked into those eyes, which threatened to kill her if she didn't follow his silent command. Give up or perish. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head and said, I yield. Villain team win. Ren apologizes for getting too into character, Ren said, scattering the green orbs and extending his hand as he saw his classmate trembling in terror. With a shaky smile, Yaoyorozu took his hand and said, It's okay, this just means I'm not at the proper level one should be just yet. He assisted her in standing up. That is untrue, you don't have to evaluate yourself against other people. As he tries to lift your spirits, Ren says, You are fine as you are. Yaoyorozu smiled at him appreciatively. Yes. Bakugo left before anyone, mostly All Might, could try to speak to him because he was going home and didn't feel like talking to anyone and just wanted to be by himself. Ren and Shinso were clearly designated the VIPs. Mineta's performance was so bad that nobody wanted to comment on it. Bakugo was a proud person who considered himself the best of the best, so losing so easily was a difficult pill to swallow. To make matters worse, he felt inferior to other strong people besides Deku and his clone, but Deku's words likely caused him the most pain, despite his refusal to acknowledge it. You've got raw power, speed, and strength, but there's something heroes like All Might have that you don't, protecting something precious to you. Shit, he clicked his teeth. A black blanket and hoodie covered the person's face and body, and the little feet continued to follow him as he continued to walk, but Bakugo was too preoccupied to notice them. The person had been trying to get his attention, even walking on either side of him, and it took some time before Bakugo realized someone was following him. He glanced over his shoulder and thought, what the hell? I'm being followed by a walking tiny blanket. Wow, for you to be completely unresponsive must mean that you must either be an airhead or a space cadet, Izuku says, staring up at the silent boy in wonder. The child spoke. He muttered, annoying little brat. The child continued to speak. Izuku had been trying to get your attention for the longest time now, and you ignoring me has made Izuku very angry. What? Bakugo froze in place, saying, wait a minute, did you just say, Izuku? The child exclaimed with joy, oh, Izuku's existence has finally been acknowledged. Yay, Izuku bounces on his feet with happiness. The little one stopped moving when Bakugo said, brat, in a low, menacing voice. Take off that blanket, I want to see your face. Wait, you can't tell someone to take off their clothes out in public, regardless of gender, the young child said, backing up slowly. Bakugo became enraged and snatched the blanket, yanking it off to reveal a nude miniature Izuku. Bakugo said naively, huh. The miniature Izuku cried out, wah, while attempting to hide. Bakugo just stared, utterly bewildered. Though younger, this child resembles Deku exactly. What on earth is happening here? Mini Izuku, who had re-wrapped his black blanket around himself, walked beside Bakugo as they strolled down the street. Izuku's serial number is 20,000, and was built as the final unit of the brothers, but his code name is Last Unit. Clarified Last Unit. Bakugo commanded, what do you mean? Last Unit was created for the experiment involving both Midoriya Izuku and Ren. Like the other brothers, Last Unit is the final stage in Project Dioscuri, explained the creator of Last Unit. Bakugo asked, Project Dioscuri? And what the hell is Ren? A clone? The Last Unit nodded. It's supposed to be a secret, but the real Midoriya Ren has already died, and so the Midoriya Ren that exists right now is merely a clone of the original. Izuku says, placing a finger to his mouth, hoping you'll keep what he told you a secret. After receiving this information, Bakugo's eyes widened before he looked forward and said, experiment. Cloning humans. He looked at Last Unit and said, who the hell? Bakugo demanded, oi, who the hell created you and that fake Ren? With a sorrowful expression, the Last Unit said, Last Unit wants to tell you, but can't because you need password confirmation, Izuku says sadly. What's the password? Therefore, whoever created this brat and that fake set it up to keep it hidden from outsiders. However, more crucially, he remarked, stop calling yourself Izuku. It's creepy. The Last Unit grumbled, Izuku can't help it because he doesn't have a name. Izuku yells. Bakugo shrugged and said, like I care. Call yourself something else. The Last Unit continued to pout, saying, then you give Izuku a name, says Izuku with a now smug expression. Bakugo snarled, huh, why the hell should I? Because you suggested it, Izuku said, the Last Unit said with a smug expression. Little brat. Bakugo twitched his eyebrow and said, fine, Denji. The Last Unit said, yay. Denji is now my name, Denji says, hugging your arm in happiness. After giving him a startled look and then beaming broadly, Bakugo was more perplexed than ever. He gave him a name that was on top of his head, but why in the world was this brat so incredibly happy? Ironically, he was thinking of Deku when he came up with the name Denji, which isn't exactly an impressive one as it means, one with electromagnetic powers. More importantly, why the hell are you hanging onto me and following me? He then asked. To his surprise, Denji stops talking and says, because. Denji really wants to meet the original, but at the same time he wanted to meet you, too. Get to know him. Why the devil? Bakugo genuinely wants to know why, so he asks, why? Why not make the trip to see Deku as he had originally desired? At first, Denji merely squeezed his arm without responding, saying, Denji doesn't know the reason, he just wanted to. Bakugo gazed at the child below. When he saw the children's bewildered and heartbreaking expression, something in his chest tightened. Similarly to what Deku had when they were younger. He asks abruptly, have you eaten anything? After giving him a quick glance, Denji said, not lately, Denji admits. Bakugo sighed, thinking to himself, probably haven't bathed in a while either. Shyly, Denji said again, no. Bakugo remained silent and allowed Denji to continue gripping his arm as they made their way to his house. It was going to be extremely difficult to explain this to his parents. His parents weren't home when they reached their destination. Excellent. Bakugo practically dragged Denji to the bathroom and ran a bath, saying, let's go. Ignoring Denji's objections, he yanked off the filthy blanket once more and added some bubbles before setting the brat in the tub. Bakugo washed his hair while the brat washed his own body. He went to his closet and took out some old clothes that should fit the brat after drying his body and hair. Denji was now dressed in his old pajamas, which consisted of dark blue pants and a long-sleeved all-might shirt. The clothes appeared to be a hit with the little brat. After resolving that, he prepared food for the brat. When he saw a younger Deku eating in his home and grinning, it was still unsettling because that smile had long since vanished from his vision. He averted his gaze and scowled. He didn't like the stabbing sensation in his chest. Suddenly grabbing his attention, Denji yawned and said, go to bed, brat. The little brat got out of the chair and stood in front of him, defying orders. When the brat raised his arms, Bakugo became even more perplexed about what the brat wanted. What? Denji said, up. ... Say what? Those large green eyes overcame Bakugo's apparent desire to throw up rather than adopt this Deku appearance. He picked up the whiny little brat with a click of his tongue and almost froze when a nose pressed into his neck and tiny arms wrapped around it. What is this sensation? He just stood there and watched the child sleep after putting the brat in his bed. He leaned his back against the bed and sat on the floor, gazing up at the ceiling. He turned his head slightly to gaze at the sleeping mini-cloned Deku and said, experiments, that fake twin, and now. This little brat. Aizawa informed them of their respective battle trial scores the following day. Surprisingly, Bakugo just nodded his head when he reprimanded him for losing his temper. He continued by giving Mineta a severe reprimand. When lunchtime finally arrived, Bakugo had been silent, which alarmed Izuku and Shinso. Shinso pondered, what the hell is going with him? Maybe he finally got some sense knocked into him, shrugged Izuku. Ren looked at Bakugo for a moment before turning to face Izuku. Probability, 45%. With a nod of agreement, Tenya said, I am willing to believe that percentage. Ochako grinned broadly and said, it's good to have him quiet for once. Bakugo was thinking about the brat, which is why he was so silent. The child was still asleep when he left, and he heard his parents arrive late. He will have to explain if they see the brat, of course with the brat's assistance. As the alarm sounded, students began to panic and get up throughout the lunchroom. Now what the devil is happening? He was told by Izuku, Tenya, do your thing. Uraraka-san, can you lift me in the air? Tenya asked, nodding. The boy was now standing on an exit sign after Ochako made him float in midair. When he looked closely at the window, he saw that it was just the press. It appears that they have returned to cause trouble. Every student stopped running as Tenya yelled, everyone. It's just the press. Line up single file and please stay calm. That's our class representative for ya, smiled Kirishima. However, Izuku was not grinning as he peered out the window at the press being ejected by an unimpressed Aizawa. Ochako said, what's wrong, Izuku-kun? It's nothing, he said, turning away after a brief moment of staring at the gate. Or so he thought. After the entire lunchroom incident was resolved, Aizawa informed them that they would be attending rescue training at the USJ. They all got back into their hero gear and boarded the bus that was now traveling to the USJ. Asui gazed at Ren and Izuku, who were both sleeping with their heads resting on one another. Her features had a faint pout on them. Midoriya-chan fell asleep. Too bad, I wanted to ask him more about his quirks. She replied. Don't worry, Tsuyu-chan. You can just ask me or Shinso-kun. Ochako said with a smile. You know him better than me. You've known each other since you were kids, Shinso said, glaring at her. Mina leaned forward and said, oh, childhood friends. Ochako continued to laugh. I met Izuku-kun in a mochi store. He was with his mom and grandparents. He showed me his electric quirk first because he was training with it before his Vector 1. Really? Asked Kirishima. Hey, that time with the zero-pointer, what was that thing he did to it? Kaminari said this time. Though he was aware of what he was talking about, Shinso yawned and said, ah, you mean his ace move, railgun. Railgun. Tenya and Momo cried out. What's up you two? Kaminari was confused. Kyoka sighed. Moron. A railgun is a high-velocity cannon that can generate magnetic fields capable of accelerating a projectile to speeds of up to Mach 6. Seriously? Cried Kaminari. Shinso said, as if it were inconsequential, and Izuku uses arcade coins as projectiles, imagine what he could do with something bigger. Asui remarked, I see, what a powerful technique to have. Kirishima laughed. Those two along with Bakugo and Todoroki have flashy quirks. There's no doubt they'll be popular in the hero rankings. I don't know about Bakugo. With his personality he'll never be popular, replied Tsuyu. Bakugo's forehead was marked with a tick. Say that again, frog face. See, she asks, pointing to the boy. Trying to wake up Ren and Izuku was the most difficult part of the ride, but everything else went smoothly. Everyone recalled when Izuku had last been roused from his slumber. I thought of the robots being slaughtered. Izuku said sourly, ah, why the bloody hell did you wake me up, Shinso? Wake up, we're here. You can sleep later, said the boy, rolling his eyes. TCH, he really is a different person when forcibly woken up from his nap, Tenya said, her perspiration dripping down. Good thing we have Ochako here to calm him down, Shins replied. The Space Hero 13 stood in front of the USJ building. After that, Ochako turned into a total fangirl. It's the Space Hero 13. Seeing 13 in real life is so cool. She was screaming. Tiredly, Izuku rubbed the top of her head and said, calm down. After chuckling, 13 said, welcome everyone, to the USJ. The Space Hero continued by explaining that quirks can be both beneficial and harmful, and that it's crucial to keep them under control. A dark portal materialized behind Aizawa just as he was ready to begin the rescue trial. A slender man wearing a black long-sleeved shirt, pants, blue shaggy hair, and a gray hand covering his face emerged from the portal. It wasn't him either, because a huge, hulking figure emerged from behind him, and more people, including the person who had originally created the portal, came out of it. The man with the blue hair remarked, "Huh, where is he? I went to all the trouble to bring these guys here." The purple shadow figure said to the man, "It would seem he is not here. Shall we get started anyway?" The man with the blue hair tilted his head and looked straight into the student's hidden red eyes. "Yeah, let's have some fun." It was only intended to be another hero exercise today, but it became something completely different. A group of villains suddenly appear before they have had a chance to practice another hero course exercise. The fact that the villain with the many hands claims that he brought all of these villains with him only to likely try to kill them adds even more alarm to the situation. Fantastic, simply fantastic. Greetings from the heroics world. Hiroshima remarks, "Huh, what's going on? Is this part of the exercise or something?" As she tries to bend forward but is restrained by Izuku. He looked at all of the assembled villains with a critical but weary eye and said, "No, those are real villains down there, and they don't look friendly at all. This is not an accident. This appears to be a well-planned event," he muses. The hands-wielding villain resurfaced, saying, "Ah, I brought all of these guys here to kill All Might, and he isn't even here." The purple mist man said, "Well, it's pretty strange that he wouldn't be here. Maybe there was a change in schedule and we didn't know about it." Are these two genuinely conversing as if they were not present? The hand man scratched his neck for a moment before glancing at the two teachers and students present. "Ah, what a pain in the ass," he said. "If we start killing some students, then he'll come." The tall, cloaked figure that was with them causes Izuku to narrow his eyes. The individual was simply standing there without even making a sound. They were not moving at all. That didn't sit well with him for some reason. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa commanded the space hero as he rapidly prepared his capture weapon. "Yes," exclaimed 13. "Sensei, there's something off about the giant one wearing the cloak." "The same with the hand guy, watch your back," warns Izuku. The tall man in the cloak, the other one with the mist-covered body, and the hand guy are the most dangerous so far. The other bad guys all appear to be ordinary thugs that you could just pick up on the street. Ren stated. Ren agrees with Big Brother. "Here's another lesson for you to learn. No hero is a one-trick pony." Aizawa dons his goggles and leaps down to face the villains. He has already taken down a few of them without using his quirk, but it will only be a matter of time until he does. 13 exhorts, "Everyone, hurry," as they start to flee in the direction of one of the exits. The space hero was adamant about keeping the students safe and out of danger. Kaminari's panic was understandable. "This is crazy. There are seriously villains here trying to kill us. No way in hell this is a coincidence. It's not everyday villains just decide to show up and start wanting to kill some students." Hitoshi says. "That sounds about right. You heard what that mist villain said, right? He said there might be a schedule change because All Might isn't here." Izuku recollects. "Meaning, they received inside information that led them to believe All Might would be here, only to see that he isn't." Ren says, adding to the conversation. Said Ren. "That's an additional possibility, and not a very good one." Kaminari screams, "Damn it, I can't get through to the outside." He had been attempting to send a signal, but it had been completely unsuccessful. Izuku makes the decision to attempt to connect. He chooses to use his own communication device to send a spark and finds something. He remarks, "So that's what it is." "What is it?" asked Yaoyorozu. The reason Kaminari can't get through is because one of the villains has an electric quirk that's blocking all communications from going through. According to Izuku, Kaminari realized, so that's why I can't get through. Then, "Hey, Midoriya, think you can do some hacking?" Kyoka asks after cursing. "You read my mind, I'm already on it." Midoriya smirks in response to her question. He pulls out the terminal Mei gave him and begins working, sparks flying from the side of his head. Mina asks, "Wait, can he really do that?" Ochako confirms, he can. Although Mei is more interested in inventions, Izuku appears to be more skilled at hacking. They were alone, though, because Mei isn't here at the moment. If Ochako claimed that she wasn't afraid, she would be lying because she was. The fact that these guys are actual villains is the only thing that separates them from Black Arachnid, but the entire situation reminds her too much of that period. Izuku declares, "I got it, Go for it, Kaminari. Yash, cried Kaminari. He was able to connect without any problems this time, saying, I'm through. Kyoka barks, then send out a signal. At that. Help. Villains are here at the USJ. I repeat, villains are here at the USJ. We need help. Kaminari yells back, I know. Even though he was far ahead of everyone, 13 was impressed. Kaminari was able to call for assistance after Midoriya successfully gained access to the communications system. A good ability to possess. At least the heroes will know that we need help now. But what are we going to do against these villains? Iida asked. They were approaching the exit, much to their relief, when 13 responded, you don't have to worry about that, for now my top priority is making sure you kids get out of here safely. However, that respite was short-lived. It turns out to be the same mist villain who was with the person with the blue hair and hands all over him when purple mist materializes in front of them. They could sense the malevolent intent in his yellow eyes even as he stood there staring at them. Greeting, children, I am Kurogiri, and pardon me, but we are the League of Villains. As stated before, we are here to kill All Might, but it appears that he is not here. Do you children know where he is, perhaps? 13 responds, All Might is not here. He's preoccupied with other business. In place of one of the other children. So I see, ah yes, before I forget. Amongst you gathered students, there are 2 of you that have bounties. Kurogiri replied. Are there 2 of them with bounties on their heads? Who? Fortunately, Izuku, Hitoshi, and Ochako didn't react visibly, but they knew who the villain was talking about. Ren and Izuku are the only 2 people who could have bounties placed on their heads by those in the underground. They had to deal with these strange people, as if those Yakuza guys weren't enough. I see none of you are willing to come forward and confirm my claim. Too bad, but alas I must do my job. Bakugo and Kirishima decided it was time to try to jump the villain just as he was finishing. Hitoshi screamed at them, you idiots, stop. Don't attack him randomly, but it was too late. The entire class watched in shock as the 2 boys walked through the mist villain without incident. Hitoshi swore, damn, they didn't even touch him. He must have used his quirk to make his body intangible, so they wouldn't be able to harm him. Izuku speculates. Hitoshi clicked his teeth and said, well, that's just great. The purple mist surrounding Kurogiri spreads as he says, ah, such eager children you are, but now. I'm afraid you must all be scattered and slaughtered. Kurogiri is unfazed by the failed attack. Izuku gives the order, everyone, grab someone close to you. Don't get separated, to everyone. As he gives the order, the entire class moves and grabs the first person next to them. Izuku immediately extends the same courtesy to Tsuyu and Hitoshi, who were standing next to him. He had originally intended to seize his brother and best friend, but Ren had already been engulfed. The final thing he saw before being sent somewhere, as the purple mist slowly creeps up his body, was Ochako's horrified face. Area of flooding. Hitoshi sighs and shakes his head to slightly dry his head before saying, you know. I'm really starting to think I shouldn't have come to school today. Izuku says, can't be helped now. Tsuyu concurred, saying, Midoriya-chan is right. The 3 of them were in the flood zone after the portal cleared away, and they were not pleased about it either. When that Kurogiri guy said they would be dispersed throughout the USJ building, he wasn't lying. The only bright spot in all of this is that Kaminari managed to get through and call for assistance. Hopefully backup will be here soon, Izuku said with a sigh and a rub of his temples. Kaminari wouldn't have been able to get through in the first place had it not been for you, Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu gives him the credit. Don't give me too much credit, we still need to hold off until backup shows up, Asui-san. Izuku says to her. She instructs, call me, Tsuyu-chan. ... Izuku doesn't even try to argue with her about it, saying, sure. Hitoshi laughed and said, you lost. Izuku grunts and looks in a specific direction before saying, shut up. And wouldn't you know, we've got company. They were being pursued by several villains, one of whom was swimming in the water and approaching them at high speed like a torpedo. Kill them, kill them. One of them must be the bounty. Drag it out of them. This'll be easy. Looking at Izuku, Hitoshi says, so they said, they're all yours. I almost feel sorry for you morons. Key word. Almost. But hey, you can feel stupid for letting yourselves come here after I fry you to smithereens. Izuku's friend lit up with electricity and threw an electric ball at the water, so strong that it knocked out all of the villains in one hit. Some of them flew through the air before plummeting back into the water as the water exploded. Wide-eyed, they all bobbed upright on the surface. Hitoshi exclaimed, "They should count themselves lucky you didn't use a railgun on them." Izuku snorted, "I'm not wasting that on a bunch of idiots." Hitoshi reminded him, "You did on the sludge villain. That was different and you know it." Sure. In any case, we've already taken care of the villains of this area. What should we do now? Suyu said with a laugh. That cloaked guy gave me bad vibes, so I'm going back. Izuku turns his head toward Aizawa's location. You guys can go check on our classmates if you want. Hitoshi firmly stated, "Forget it, I'm coming with. I'm worried about Aizawa-sensei." Afraid for their sensei, Suyu added, "I'll also come along." Izuku chooses to let them do as they please, pushing some of his bangs out of his face and saying, "Then we better get moving then." Area of landslides. Gazing down at the fallen villains beneath his feet, Todoroki exhales a puff of cold air. These guys weren't worth his time at all, as was to be expected. With 4 balls of light hovering around him, Ren says, "How disappointing," expressing just how disappointed he is with this outcome, although it was something he was expecting. Both Ren and Todoroki had ended up landing in the landslide area. These thugs attempted to attack them as soon as they landed, but they were quickly routed. Todoroki remarks, "It's obvious you lot aren't that much of a threat, small fry maybe. Ren will ask you one question, please answer, and do not resist." The villain, Kurogiri, mentioned a bounty on 2 people, and Ren wants to know exactly who those people are. Ren advances toward the half-frozen thug, his eyes glowing brightly as he is almost in the man's face. Todoroki demanded that he answer him. Heek, "Okay, I'll talk. All I know is that the bounty was placed on 2 kids that are being targeted by Overhaul." The man was singing like a canary. At that, Todoroki arched an eyebrow, but he saw that Ren's expression abruptly became even more antagonistic. "I see, thank you for your cooperation, your services are no longer needed," says Ren as he leaves you behind to freeze to death in Todoroki's ice without remorse. Ren said as he left the individual. Todoroki unfroze the villain and walked past him as the man fainted, but he said nothing if he had anything to say about Ren's abruptly depressing mood. Ren wasn't walking very fast, though, so it didn't take him long to catch up to the town. Todoroki says, "You know something, don't you? About that name?" Ren says, he doesn't like where this is going at all. Ren does know, which is why he needs to find Big Brother and tell him even though he probably already knows. Ren doesn't often express his feelings, but this is one of those infrequent times. "Those bounties, do they have something to do with you and your brother?" Todoroki asked, still sporting a slightly inquisitive expression. Upon his request, Ren abruptly looks at him. "Ren will tell you this in advance because it is for your own safety, but it is best that you not get involved in case things go bad. Though if you choose to ignore Ren's warning and get involved anyway, allow me to apologize in advance," says Ren as he doesn't want to get his classmate involved in their mess. Todoroki just looks at him for a moment. He will be the first to acknowledge that, aside from that one encounter at the cafeteria, he has been observing the twins since the Quirk assessment but hasn't struck up a conversation. He had a suspicion that Uraraka, Shinso, and this Mei person were also aware of the secret they carry with them. Todoroki said clumsily, "Whatever it is you all are hiding, there's no need to worry." Ren looks at him and nods. Ren likes your answer, and agrees with you. "Shall we go now? I have a feeling Big Brother will be heading in the direction of where Aizawa-sensei and that other villain are," says Ren as he is already walking away from you. Todoroki followed him and said, "Ah. Zone of collapse." As he defeated another villain, Kirishima huffed and breathed heavily. The villains stationed in the collapse zone attacked him and Bakugo after they were sent there. Unfortunately for the villains, however, they were easily defeated because they underestimated the 2. Kirishima asked his companion, "These guys looked tough, but that was about all. What do you think, Bakugo?" Bakugo considers the twisted villain and the one with the hands instead of responding to Kirishima. However, his attention was drawn to another one. He was a threat, too, but there was still the cloaked one that hadn't even come out yet. Kirishima calls out to him once more, "Bakugo." Bakugo grunts, a little quieter than normal. "The biggest nuisances are that warped bastard, Hand Freak, and the other one that's under that cloak." "Shut up. I heard you the first time, shitty hair." "Yeah, they do seem like the most dangerous ones. What do we do now? I'm kinda worried about everyone," Kirishima says, crossing his arms. We're not doing anything, Bakugo says. I'm going after that warped bastard, you can do whatever you want. Hold on. I'll go with you. Kirishima agreed to accompany Bakugo because he was concerned that he might injure himself. The three people were the most dangerous, not these cannon fodders, and that was what the explosive boy was thinking about. His next course of action is to target the most dangerous individuals, and he believes Deku will follow suit. Alongside the others, Izuku and the other people who were split up by the warp villain worried Ochako. Ren, Hitoshi, and Izuku will all be alright, and they won't allow anything to happen to their peers. Speaking of classmates, she believes they will be alright. The warp villain remarks that he couldn't scatter them all, but she wasn't separated like the rest of her friends and classmates. However, that could be advantageous. She was currently covering the body of 13, who attempted to fight the warp villain but was nearly killed, along with the people who weren't sent elsewhere. Even though she was terrified, the majority of her fear was subdued by determination. Ochako told her classmates, everyone, half of us should take care of 13 while the rest of us fight this guy. With fear still present, Ashido cried out, you really expect us to fight him? Don't worry, Mina-chan. You can take care of 13 sensei, says Ochako with a smile. Iida asked, what do you have in mind, Uraraka-kun? She smiles at him. Kaminari managed to call for some backup thanks to Izuku-kun's hacking, so the heroes should be here soon. So what we need to do is figure out where his weakness lies, and incapacitate him. Do you really think we can? Shoji asked, prepared to engage in combat. Okako's self-assured smile was sufficient to persuade them, we can. Oh, do you children honestly believe you can fight me alone on your own without help from a pro hero? Kurogiri asks them, raising a non-visible eyebrow. We can, was Ochako's reaction as he charged at the villain. Kurogiri says, foolish. He then tries to send her somewhere else with his quirk, but is shocked when the girl flips in the air above him. Touching the metal brace around Kurogiri's neck, Ochako exclaims, you made your weakness clear. Now, fly. She flips him in the air with all of her strength. How did she? Kurogiri's eyes widened. Shoji-kun, waves Ochako. Shoji grasps it instantly and leaps into the air, slamming his fist into the metal brace. Kurogiri was flung away when his fist struck the metal object. Ochako exclaimed, Iida-kun, it's your turn now. Yes, Iida's legs glowed, and he was in the air, aiming a child directly at the metal brace just like Shoji. The villain was knocked to the ground by the force of the contact. They did it. Ashido grinned and cheered. Excellent teamwork, Sato said. Beautiful execution, star. The sparkling Aoyama grinned. Ochako says, thanks for the help you guys. And gives Shoji and Iida the thumbs up. As Shoji put it, don't mention it, Ochako-san. Shoji-kun's right, that was good work, but how did you know that was his weakness? Iida asked. I first noticed it when he appeared in front of us and started scattering everyone. His whole body turned to mist, except for that metal thing around his neck. Ochako elaborated. Now that you mentioned it, I also noticed that little detail, but didn't realize it was his weakness. That was a good call, Uraraka-kun. Iida compliments her. Ochako smiles at him before scowling and saying, he's gone. Wah, she's right. When did he? He must be over by where Aizawa-sensei is. The zero-gravity girl says, glancing over to where their other sensei was. According to Shoji, that's not good. Ochako says, I'm going. And turns to leave. By yourself. Cried Ashido. If I know Izuku-kun, there's a strong possibility he's already on his way there along with his brother and Shinso. Ochako reassures her, wait, I'm coming with you. Iida responds by saying, Shoji-kun, if any more villains show up, keep everyone safe. Got it. In the hopes that some of their classmates would be there before them, Ochako and Iida made the decision to go assist their teacher. Please, Izuku-kun, stay safe.
So this was it for this series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.